Before science gave us answers, history gave women silence, shame, and strange prescriptions for what we now call anxiety. Tonight, let the soft flow of time reveal the unsettling truths about how women's emotions were misunderstood, mislabeled, and often mistreated, from whispered hysteria to dangerous cures. It's a journey through the padded rooms, herbal tonics, and whispered judgments that shaped centuries of misdiagnosed minds. If quiet truths from the past help settle your thoughts, you're in the right place. Subscribe now and hit the bell icon to uncover more forgotten stories, misunderstood struggles, and the softly spoken history they never taught in school. In the hush of an ancient Egyptian night, beneath a sky studded with stars like distant guardians, women whispered their secrets to each other, their anxieties, their fears, their moments of panic that seemed to rise like the Nile's waters, unstoppable and overwhelming. The ancient physicians, with their scrolls of papyrus and remedies of herbs, had a name for this female disquiet. They called it the wandering womb. Imagine the soft glow of oil lamps casting long shadows against stone walls as healers explained to trembling women that their unease, their breathlessness, their feelings of suffocation came from within their very bodies. The uterus, believed to be an autonomous creature living within a woman, could become dissatisfied with its home and begin to wander throughout the body, causing distress wherever it traveled. Water lapped gently against the riverbanks as Egyptian women sought treatment. They would inhale the sweet scent of pleasant aromatics placed near their lower regions, hoping to lure the wandering womb back to its proper place. Simultaneously, foul-smelling substances would be placed near their noses, encouraging the womb to flee downward. The wisdom of these ancient healers flowed through generations like the sacred rivers of their lands. As the golden light of dawn broke across the Mediterranean, the Greeks inherited this understanding. Hippocrates, the father of medicine, whose name would echo through centuries of healing, formalized this concept in the 5th century BCE. The very word hysteria was born from the Greek hystera, meaning womb. In the marble halls of learning, and beneath olive trees heavy with fruit, physicians discussed the peculiar susceptibility of women to this affliction. The womb is the origin of all diseases, Hippocrates wrote, his words captured on parchment by the light of a flickering flame. Women's anxieties were not seen as reactions to the world around them, but as biological destiny carried within their reproductive organs like seeds waiting to bloom into distress. Plato spoke of the womb as an animal within an animal, with desires and movements of its own. When thwarted in its primary purpose of bearing children, it would wander the body in frustration, blocking passages, causing suffocation, and creating the symptoms women described: racing hearts, dizziness, choking sensations, overwhelming fear. The treatments offered reflected this understanding. Women were encouraged to marry young and bear children, as pregnancy was thought to weigh down the womb and keep it in place. Those who remained unmarried or childless were considered particularly vulnerable to hysteria's grip. Imagine a young woman in ancient Athens, her anxieties mounting as the world around her changed and shifted. Perhaps she worried about her future, her family, the uncertain political climate. But rather than addressing these legitimate concerns, she would find herself subjected to fumigations and physical pressure on her abdomen, attempting to reposition an organ believed to be causing her distress. The soft breeze carrying the scent of cypress and sea salt would bring little comfort, as she was prescribed potions of black hellebore, mint, laudanum, or belladonna. These herbs and extracts might dull her senses, slow her breathing, make her sleep, creating the appearance of calm while leaving the underlying causes of her distress unaddressed. In the Roman period, physician Galen refined these theories, suggesting that the retention of female seed, sexual fluids, could cause pathological conditions. Women's bodies were seen as naturally cold and wet, in contrast to the hot, dry nature of men. This imbalance of humours predisposed them to emotional excess and mental instability. Through the quiet evenings, lit only by stars and small flames, women would share their own remedies. They whispered of valerian root that brought sleep, of the calming effects of chamomile tea, of breathing deeply while focusing on the distant mountains. These women's wisdom traditions flowed alongside the official medical treatments, creating a river of knowledge passed from mother to daughter. As the ancient world gave way to new empires and beliefs, this fundamental understanding of women's anxiety as a physical condition rooted in the wandering of a dissatisfied womb remained. It would echo through centuries, carried forward like seeds on the wind, taking root in new soil but growing from the same ancient understanding. The stars that watched over these ancient women still shine tonight, distant witnesses to how we've understood the complex landscape of women's minds and bodies. As you listen beneath those same stars, feel the connection to those ancient women, their fears and hopes not so different from our own, their stories flowing through time like water, seeking the endless sea, like a wandering womb seeking its proper place. May your thoughts gently settle as we continue our journey through time, exploring how the understanding of women's anxiety evolved through the medieval period and beyond. As the ancient world faded like twilight giving way to evening, the medieval period cast its long shadow across Europe. Monasteries rose from mist-covered fields, their stone walls containing knowledge both sacred and secular. Within these walls, monks carefully copied ancient Greek and Roman medical texts, preserving the theories of wandering wombs and humoral imbalances that had explained women's anxiety for centuries past. Imagine a woman walking along a forest path as autumn leaves drift down around her like copper coins. Her chest feels tight with worry, her thoughts racing like startled deer through the underbrush of her mind. In this medieval world, her experience would be understood through a complex tapestry of religious belief, ancient medical tradition, and folk wisdom. The church, with its towering cathedrals and humble parish stones, had become the dominant force shaping how women's suffering was interpreted. The ancient concept of the womb as an autonomous creature became intertwined with Christian ideas of temptation and sin. A woman's anxiety might now be seen not only as a medical condition, but potentially as a spiritual failing, or, more dangerously, as evidence of demonic influence. In monastery gardens, monks cultivated healing herbs, their hands gently working soil that would nurture plants to ease women's suffering. Lavender, with its soothing scent, valerian to bring sleep to the restless, rose to lift the spirits. These remedies, administered with prayers and blessings, offered some relief to women whose hearts raced with unexplained fears. The humoral theory remained the foundation of medieval medicine. The four humours, blood, phlegm, yellow bile and black bile, needed to remain in perfect balance for health to prevail. Women, still considered naturally cold and wet, were thought particularly susceptible to an excess of black bile, causing the condition known as melancholia. Persian physician Avicenna, whose Canon of Medicine became a cornerstone of medieval medical education, wrote extensively about this melancholy condition. His words, translated and copied by flickering candlelight, described women suffering from insomnia, fearfulness, and palpitations. He recommended treatments including warm baths, gentle music, light diet, and peaceful surroundings, recognizing that a calm environment could ease a troubled mind. Yet as the medieval period deepened, a darker understanding emerged. Women whose anxiety manifested in unusual behaviors, speaking strangely, experiencing visions, expressing unconventional thoughts, might find themselves suspected of witchcraft or demonic possession. Imagine a woman named Elspeth living in a small village where the church spire reaches toward heaven like a finger pointing the way. Her husband has died, leaving her alone with 3 children to feed. She cannot sleep for worry, finds herself weeping without cause, jumping at shadows. Her neighbors begin to whisper, is her affliction natural melancholy, or has grief opened her to darker influences? The line between medical condition and spiritual crisis blurred like morning mist. A woman might be treated with herbal remedies and prayers, or she might face exorcism, confinement, or worse. The Malleus Maleficarum, the infamous witch hunting manual published in 1486, specifically connected women's excessive emotions to susceptibility to demonic influence, claiming that women were more impressionable and had slippery tongues. Yet within this same medieval world, another tradition flourished in the shadows. Women healers, midwives, wise women, herbalists carried forward ancient knowledge of remedies for women's complaints. In cottage gardens, they grew motherwort to ease a racing heart, lemon balm to lift the spirits, and chamomile to bring gentle sleep. These women passed their knowledge from mother to daughter, from neighbor to neighbor, creating networks of care outside formal medical and religious structures. Moreover, medieval mysticism offered another path for understanding women's intense, emotional experiences. Female mystics like Hildegard of Bingen, Julian of Norwich, and Catherine of Siena transformed what might have been diagnosed as hysteria or melancholy into profound spiritual experiences. Their visions and ecstatic states, which included many physical symptoms similar to anxiety, were interpreted as divine connections rather than illness. Hildegard of Bingen, her fingers stained with ink as she wrote by candlelight, described her own experiences of trembling, seeing lights, and feeling overwhelming emotion, not as signs of female weakness, but as divine gifts. Through her writings on medicine, she offered remedies for women suffering from what we might now recognize as anxiety. Warm baths infused with lavender, music therapy, and time spent in nature. As evening snowfall silenced the medieval world, women would gather by their hearth fires, sharing stories and remedies. A grandmother might teach her granddaughter how to breathe deeply when fear threatened to overwhelm, how to place a hand on her racing heart and speak gentle words of self-comfort. These quiet traditions of self-care flowed alongside the official treatments like underground streams beneath the visible medical landscape. The medieval understanding of women's anxiety embodied contradictions. It could be seen as a natural imbalance requiring gentle treatment, a spiritual failing requiring prayer and penance, or evidence of supernatural influence requiring intervention. Women navigated these contradictory interpretations as best they could, seeking help from physicians, priests, or wise women, depending on their circumstances and beliefs. As the medieval period waned like a setting moon, new ideas were dawning. The Renaissance would bring renewed interest in classical learning, new medical theories, and gradually changing understandings of the human mind and body. But echoes of medieval beliefs about women's emotional nature would persist, flowing forward through time like a river that changes course but never completely disappears. Like shadows retreating before the morning light, may your cares recede as we continue our journey into the Renaissance, where new understanding awaited women whose hearts and minds knew the ancient burden of anxiety. As dawn broke over the Renaissance world, golden light spilled across a landscape of reawakening. Knowledge long dormant began to bloom like spring flowers after winter's retreat. In Florence and Venice, in Paris and London, the human mind celebrated a renewed relationship with classical learning while simultaneously reaching toward new horizons of understanding. Imagine a woman standing at her window in a Renaissance palazzo, watching morning light transform the dew-covered garden into a tapestry of glittering jewels. Though surrounded by beauty and living in an age of remarkable human achievement, she feels a familiar tightness in her chest, a fluttering like trapped birds beneath her ribs. Her hands tremble slightly as she turns from the window, wondering how to quiet the storm that seems to brew within her, regardless of the weather outside. During the Renaissance, the ancient theories of women's anxiety persisted, yet they began to transform like landscapes viewed through newly crafted lenses. The concept of the wandering womb gradually lost favor as anatomical studies revealed the physical impossibility of such movement. However, the humoral theory remained dominant, with women's anxiety still frequently attributed to excesses of black bile causing melancholy, or to the particular sensitivity of the female constitution. Paracelsus, the Swiss physician whose ideas challenged Galenic tradition, proposed that diseases had specific external causes rather than resulting solely from humoral imbalances. Yet even this revolutionary thinker maintained that women possessed a fundamentally different nature than men, one more susceptible to emotional disturbance. "Woman is like the moon," he wrote by candlelight, ever changing in her aspects and her moods. In gardens throughout Europe, the cultivation of medicinal herbs flourished with renewed vigor. Botanical knowledge expanded as explorers returned from distant lands with new plants, and as ancient texts on herbal medicine were rediscovered and translated. The gentle arts of the herbalist became increasingly sophisticated, offering women an expanding array of natural remedies for their nervous complaints. Lavender harvested in the morning dew, its scent releasing as it dried in kitchen rafters. Chamomile flowers collected when fully opened, then steeped in hot water to make a tea that calmed without dulling the senses. Lemon balm crushed between fingers, releasing its bright citrus fragrance before being added to honey wine as a cordial for melancholy. Rose petals distilled into precious oil that could be dabbed on pulse points to quiet palpitations. The Renaissance, women of means might seek help from physicians trained in the emerging medical universities. These learned men, their robes sweeping stone floors as they moved through halls of learning, might prescribe complex preparations combining herbal knowledge with astrological timing and alchemical processes. For a woman suffering from anxiety, or vapors as the condition became known, a physician might recommend therapeutic bathing in waters infused with chamomile, lavender, and roses. He might suggest music therapy, an ancient practice now given new theoretical foundation with specific tonal modes recommended to balance the humors and calm an agitated spirit. Diet remained central to treatment, with physicians carefully prescribing foods thought to counteract melancholy tendencies. Warm, moist foods like almond milk, fresh fruits, light broths, and young, tender vegetables were recommended to balance the cold, dry nature of black bile. Wine diluted with water might be prescribed in moderation, but strong spirits were generally avoided as they were thought to inflame the humors. In the homes of ordinary people, where formal medical care remained inaccessible, women continued to rely on traditional remedies passed through generations. Grandmothers taught granddaughters which plants to gather, when to harvest them, and how to prepare them. These domestic healers observed the effects of different herbs on different constitutions, developing nuanced approaches tailored to individual needs. A village wise woman might recognize that the young mother whose hands trembled with unexplained fear needed different treatment than the widow whose anxiety came wrapped in grief. For the first, perhaps a tincture of motherwort to strengthen a heart weakened by childbirth. For the second, a tea of linden blossoms to comfort a spirit wounded by loss. The Renaissance also saw the emergence of domestic medicine books specifically written for, and sometimes by, women. These practical guides, their pages turned by candlelight, in household still rooms gave detailed instructions for preparing remedies for various ailments, including anxiety and melancholy. They empowered women to address their own health needs and those of their households. In England, the gentlewoman Hannah Woolley published The Accomplished Lady's Delight in 1675, including recipes for cordial waters to comfort the heart and ease distress. These preparations, distilled with care in copper stills set over kitchen fires, combined the healing properties of multiple herbs with the alchemical transformations of distillation. The Renaissance understanding of women's anxiety remained deeply connected to beliefs about female reproductive biology. The term hysteria continued to link women's mental distress to their reproductive organs, even as the specific theory of the wandering womb faded. A woman who had not fulfilled her natural role through marriage and childbearing was still considered particularly vulnerable to nervous disorders. Yet the Renaissance also saw the emergence of more psychological understandings of melancholy and anxiety. Robert Burton's monumental work, The Anatomy of Melancholy, published in 1621, explored the condition as affecting both men and women, with causes including not only physical factors, but life circumstances, environment, and individual temperament. Burton wrote by candlelight, his quill scratching across parchment, as he described how fear and sorrow could become habitual states of mind. For women suffering from melancholy, he recommended not only physical remedies, but changes in environment, pleasant company, moderate exercise, and engagement in suitable activities to redirect the mind from troubling thoughts. As evening settled, over Renaissance gardens, with bees returning to hives and birds to nests, women might seek comfort in prayer or meditation practices. Religious devotion offered structure and meaning to those struggling with anxiety, while the emerging humanist philosophy encouraged appreciation of nature's beauty as a balm for troubled spirits. A woman might walk among rosemary bushes as twilight deepened the shadows, crushing a sprig between her fingers to release its clarifying scent. The simple act of connecting with the natural world, feeling soil beneath fingers, observing the perfect geometry of a flower, listening to water moving over stones, provided comfort that required no learned physician or complex theory. As the Renaissance flowed into the age of reason, bringing new scientific understanding and changing social structures, women's anxiety would be reinterpreted yet again. But the herbal wisdom, the careful observations of generations of healers, and the intuitive knowledge that connection with nature could soothe a troubled spirit, these enduring truths would continue to offer comfort to women seeking peace within themselves. Like herbs releasing their healing essence into warm water, may your tensions dissolve as we continue our journey into the Victorian era, when women's nerves would become the subject of both increased medical attention and profound misunderstanding. As the Victorian era dawned like a formal garden carefully arranged to present a vision of perfect order, the understanding of women's anxiety underwent its own rigorous restructuring. Gas lamps cast their steady glow over cobblestone streets, and elegant drawing rooms illuminating a society obsessed with propriety, progress, and the precise definition of gender roles. Imagine a woman seated in a Victorian parlour, surrounded by heavy velvet draperies and furniture built to last generations. Outside, factory smokestacks punctuate the skyline, symbols of industrial progress, in changing times. She wears a corset that restricts her breathing to shallow sips of air, layers of clothing weighing upon her frame like the expectations that constrain her life. Her hands, idle in her lap because a lady must appear perpetually at leisure, tremble slightly. Her heart flutters beneath her bodice like a bird seeking escape. The Victorian age brought significant changes to medicine, with advances in anatomy, physiology, and the emerging field of neurology. The ancient humoral theory finally lost its dominance, replaced by more mechanistic understandings of the human body. Women's anxiety, once attributed to wandering wombs or melancholy humours, became reconceptualized as nervous disorders, neurasthenia, or simply nerves. Dr. George Beard, an American physician whose writings influenced both American and European medicine, coined the term neurasthenia in 1869. By lamplight in his study, he described this condition as a depletion of nervous energy caused by the stresses of modern civilization. Though he recognized the condition in both men and women, he considered women particularly susceptible due to their supposedly more delicate nervous systems. The female nervous system is like a finely tuned musical instrument, wrote Dr. Edward Clark, a Harvard professor whose 1873 book, Sex in Education, became highly influential. It responds to the slightest touch, the gentlest breeze, producing either harmony or discord depending on how it is handled. This perspective cast women's anxiety not as illness, but as an inherent constitutional weakness requiring careful management. The Victorian ideal of femininity, passive, gentle, emotional, and domestic, became medicalized. A woman's nervousness was simultaneously expected as natural to her sex and pathologized when it interfered with her duties as wife and mother. The nervous woman became a recognizable social type, her sensitivity both praised as feminine refinement and treated as a medical condition. For the Victorian woman experiencing what we would now recognize as anxiety, racing thoughts, palpitations, insomnia, fatigue, difficulty concentrating, the treatment options reflected the era's understanding of gender and nervous function. Chief among these was the infamous rest cure, developed by Dr. Silas Weir Mitchell and described in his 1877 book, Fat and Blood. The rest cure prescribed near total physical and mental rest for women suffering from nervous disorders. Imagine a woman confined to her bed for weeks or months, forbidden to sit up, sew, read, write, or engage in conversation. Her windows might be darkened, visitors restricted, and meals carefully controlled, typically featuring rich, fatty foods intended to increase her weight and supposedly rebuild her depleted nervous energy. Perfect rest for the body implies perfect rest for the mind, wrote Mitchell, his pen moving deliberately across paper in his Philadelphia study. The treatment is not merely physical but moral, and it is as important to heal the wounded or weakened mind as to help the body which is failing in its appointed tasks. The experience of this treatment is vividly captured in Charlotte Perkins Gilman's semi-autobiographical story, The Yellow Wallpaper, 1892. Having sought treatment from Mitchell for her postpartum depression and anxiety, Gilman was prescribed the rest cure. The story's narrator, subjected to similar treatment, descends into psychosis rather than recovering, her mind increasingly fixated on the yellow wallpaper of her room as her only available stimulation. I think sometimes that if I were only well enough to write a little, it would relieve the press of ideas and rest me, the narrator confides to her secret journal, writing against medical orders. The cruel irony of the rest cure was that in removing all forms of mental engagement and self-expression, it often intensified rather than relieved the very anxiety it aimed to treat. For working-class women, such extensive rest was rarely an option. Their anxiety might be treated with bromides or chloral hydrate. sedatives that dulled the nervous system and induced sleep. These women continued their labors in factories, fields, or service, their physical symptoms perhaps addressed, while the underlying causes, overwork, poverty, lack of autonomy, remained unchanged. The Victorian period also saw the emergence of hydrotherapy as a treatment for nervous disorders. Women of means might visit spa towns like Bath in England or Baden-Baden in Germany, where they would take the waters, bathe in mineral springs, and receive various water treatments thought to calm the nerves and restore health. Imagine a woman at a fashionable spa immersed in warm mineral water while attendants stand nearby. Later, she might be wrapped like a cocoon in wet sheets, experiencing first the shock of cold and then gradual warming as the treatment supposedly redirected blood flow and calmed an overactive nervous system. These water cures, while physically demanding, at least allowed women to leave their homes and experience new environments, a benefit not available in the restrictive rest cure. Electrical therapies also gained popularity, with gentle electrical currents applied to the body to supposedly stimulate proper nervous function. These treatments, administered in physicians' offices with impressive electrical apparatus that hummed and sparked, offered the allure of modern scientific progress applied to the ancient problem of women's anxiety. The Victorian era's approach to women's anxiety cannot be separated from its rigid gender ideology. The separate spheres doctrine dictated that men belonged in the public world of business, politics, and intellectual endeavor, while women were naturally suited to the private
realm of home and family.
A woman who experienced anxiety was often seen as failing to adapt to her proper sphere, or, conversely, as having ventured too far into masculine intellectual territory. Popular medical literature warned women against higher education, claiming that diverting energy to the brain would damage reproductive organs and cause nervous collapse. In his widely read book, Dr. Clark cautioned that women who pursued higher education risked becoming maimed and stunted in their physical development and predisposed to various nervous derangements. Yet even in this restrictive environment, alternative approaches emerged. Some physicians began to recognize the potential psychological causes of women's anxiety. Dr. Robert Brudenell Carter suggested in 1853 that hysteria was not a physical disorder of the uterus, but a psychological condition often stemming from emotional distress or unfulfilled desires. Women themselves began to speak out about the limitations placed upon them and the connection between these restrictions and their
mental health.
Early feminist writers like Mary Wollstonecraft had already linked women's nervous complaints to their constrained lives rather than to inherent female weakness. This perspective gained momentum through the Victorian period, with women increasingly questioning whether their nervousness might result from lives that denied them education, meaningful work, and basic autonomy. As gas lights were gradually replaced by electric bulbs, illuminating the final years of the Victorian era, new approaches to understanding the human mind were emerging. Sigmund Freud and Joseph Breuer published their Studies on Hysteria in 1895, proposing that hysterical symptoms resulted from repressed traumatic memories and emotions. This psychological approach would fundamentally change how women's anxiety was conceptualized and treated in the coming century. The Victorian era's legacy was complex. Its rigid gender ideology and rest cures caused tremendous suffering, yet it also saw the beginnings of more psychological understandings of anxiety and the early challenges to the notion that women's nervous symptoms were inherent to their sex. Like a river flowing beneath the manicured surface of a Victorian garden, women's own understanding of their anxiety, as connected to their restricted lives rather than to their female bodies, continued to move forward, gaining strength for the changes that would come. Like a corset finally loosened after a day of constriction, may your breathing deepen and your tension release as we continue our journey into an era when the female body would become the site of even more intimate medical attention in the name of treating anxiety and hysteria. In the dusky light of late 19th and early 20th century examination rooms, women's bodies became increasingly subject to medical scrutiny. Gas lamps and then electric bulbs illuminated spaces where the intimate became clinical, where women's anxiety, still frequently diagnosed as hysteria, would receive treatments that crossed boundaries we now recognize as problematic. Imagine a woman in 1890 wearing a high-necked dress with countless tiny buttons, entering a physician's office decorated with dark wood furniture and anatomical charts. She has come seeking relief from symptoms familiar throughout our historical journey: palpitations, shortness of breath, insomnia, emotional volatility, a persistent sense of dread. The diagnosis she receives, hysteria, echoes ancient Greek understanding, yet the treatments offered reflect the medical profession's growing confidence in its authority over the female body. By this period, the medical establishment had largely rejected the ancient concept of the wandering womb. Advances in anatomy had proven the physical impossibility of such movement, yet the term hysteria persisted, now understood as a nervous disorder with physical manifestations but still considered distinctly feminine in nature. The uterus remained central to this diagnosis, not as a wandering organ, but as the supposed source of reflex irritation that affected the nervous system. Dr. Russell Thatcher Trail wrote in his 1891 medical text, "In females, the sexual organs perform a much more complicated function than in males, and are therefore liable to more frequent and complicated derangements. The female reproductive system was viewed as inherently unstable, constantly threatening women's overall health and particularly their mental equilibrium." The range of symptoms attributed to hysteria had expanded dramatically. As physician Thomas Laycock noted, hysteria became a convenient term under which physicians classified numerous complaints. There is not a tissue of the body that hysteria may not affect, not a phenomenon which it may not simulate. A Victorian woman might receive this diagnosis for symptoms ranging from headaches to paralysis, from digestive issues to seizures, from anxiety to sexual desire. This expansive diagnosis led to equally varied treatments. One of the most notorious was pelvic massage, a treatment performed by physicians on women diagnosed with hysteria. This procedure involved manual stimulation of the genitals until the patient experienced what doctors clinically termed hysterical paroxysm, what we would now recognize as orgasm. This release was thought to temporarily relieve hysterical symptoms by reducing congestion in the reproductive organs. Imagine a Victorian physician, his hands in cotton gloves, performing this procedure while maintaining a completely clinical demeanor. Medical texts describe the technique in detached scientific language, explaining the proper pressure and movement to induce the therapeutic paroxysm. The physician might look past the draped patient, focusing on the office wall, perhaps tracking the minutes on his pocket watch, treating this as merely another medical procedure in his daily routine. This treatment existed in a peculiar cultural blind spot. Victorian society strictly controlled female sexuality, yet this manual therapy was considered a legitimate medical treatment rather than a sexual act. The pleasure a woman might experience was medicalized, reframed as a therapeutic crisis that released nervous tension. Dr. Joseph Mortimer Granville's invention of the electromechanical vibrator in the 1880s was initially developed as a medical instrument to treat muscle pain. However, it was quickly adopted by physicians as a more efficient method for treating hysteria, reducing the time and effort required for manual techniques. Early vibrators were large, expensive machines housed in doctors' offices, powered by batteries, electricity, or even steam engines, their mechanical hum filling examination rooms as they performed their therapeutic function. These treatments, reflected the fundamental misunderstanding of female sexuality in this period. Legitimate sexual frustration in an era when women were expected to be passionless, and when many women received little or no education about their own bodies, could indeed produce anxiety and other physical symptoms. Yet rather than acknowledging women as sexual beings with natural desires, medicine pathologized these feelings and medicalized their relief. Other physical treatments for hysteria included hydrotherapy, with various water treatments directed specifically at the pelvic region. Physicians might prescribe sitz baths, vaginal douches, or sprays of cold water to tone the reproductive organs. One American physician, Charles Taylor, invented a water massage device that directed pulsating water at the pelvic area, installed in prestigious medical spas where women of means sought relief from their nervous conditions. For women, whose hysteria presented primarily as anxiety, sedatives became increasingly available. Bromides, chloral hydrate, and various preparations of opium were prescribed to calm nervous excitement. These medications, taken as powders dissolved in water or as tinctures measured in carefully labeled bottles, offered temporary relief, but often led to dependence and additional health issues. Surgery represented the most extreme intervention for hysteria and other female complaints. Some physicians advocated ovarian surgery or even complete hysterectomy to treat severe cases of hysteria. Dr. Robert Batty's normal ovariotomy, the removal of healthy ovaries to treat nervous and emotional conditions, gained popularity in the late 19th century despite growing controversy within the medical community. One physician wrote in defense of such surgeries, "The woman has become a monstrosity. She is an unnatural production excited by forced education during the period of puberty, and is to be treated by the surgeon, not indeed with the idea of cure by means of his operation, but for his palliation." Yet even as these invasive treatments continued, voices of dissent emerged within the medical community. In 1895, physician Mary Putnam Jacobi challenged prevailing views about female biology, using statistical evidence to refute claims that menstruation and reproductive functions inherently weakened women or predisposed them to nervous disorders. Women, physicians, though small in number, often brought different perspectives to the understanding and treatment of women's health issues. Outside traditional medicine, the growing feminist movement began connecting women's health issues to their social conditions. Charlotte Perkins Gilman, having suffered through the rest cure, wrote not only The Yellow Wallpaper, but also non-fiction works arguing that women's nervous ailments stemmed from social constraints rather than inherent weakness. In her 1898 book, Women and Economics, she wrote, "The nervous breakdown so common among women is not a mark of sex, but of use. It is not femininity, but excessive feminization which has so weakened women." Meanwhile, psychoanalysis was emerging as a new approach to understanding and treating hysteria and anxiety. Sigmund Freud and Joseph Breuer's early work with hysterical patients led them to develop the talking cure, allowing women to speak about their experiences and emotions, rather than treating them solely with physical interventions. Though Freud's theories would evolve in ways that continued to pathologize women's sexuality, this shift towards psychological understanding was significant. In a Viennese consulting room, where heavy curtains filtered the afternoon light, women, like Anna O. and Dora, spoke of their symptoms, their dreams, their frustrations. Despite the limitations of early psychoanalysis, these sessions offered something revolutionary: space for women to articulate their internal experiences, to have these experiences taken seriously as meaningful rather than dismissed as merely the product of a disordered female body. As the 19th century gave way to the 20th, women's anxiety continued to be medicalized, but the interpretations were slowly shifting. The ancient concept of hysteria was gradually losing its hold.
On medical thought.
In 1908, French neurologist Pierre Janet suggested that anxiety and hysterical symptoms might result from psychological trauma rather than female reproductive biology. This perspective, along with the emerging field of psychology, would fundamentally change how women's anxiety was understood in the coming decades. Like water gradually reshaping stone, women's own voices, as patients, as physicians, as writers and activists, were slowly eroding medical models that located the source of their distress solely in their female bodies. The seeds of change were germinating, preparing to grow into new understandings and approaches in the decades ahead. Like the gentle release of tension after a long-held breath, may your body relax and your mind find peace as we continue our journey through the history of women's anxiety, moving next into the literary voices that challenged prevailing medical wisdom and spoke truth to women's experiences. In the spaces between medical diagnosis and treatment, in the margins of society's understanding of women's minds, a different kind of testimony emerged. Writers, primarily women, but some men as well, began to craft narratives that captured the lived experience of anxiety, depression, and the particular madness that could come from having one's reality constantly questioned and dismissed. Imagine an upstairs bedroom, its windows allowing soft afternoon light to filter through lace curtains. A woman sits at a small desk, her pen moving across paper in defiance of medical orders. She writes not a letter, not a diary entry, but a story, a truthful fiction that will capture what it feels like to have one's mind simultaneously racing with thoughts and empty of agency. This writer, finding her voice when medicine would silence her, becomes part of a literary tradition, giving shape and recognition to women's interior struggles. Charlotte Perkins' Gilman's The Yellow Wallpaper, published in 1892, stands as perhaps the most famous literary indictment of the rescuer and the medical establishment's approach to women's mental health. Written after Gilman's own devastating experience with Dr. Silas Weir Mitchell's treatment, the story follows a woman confined to a room with yellow wallpaper, forbidden from writing or engaging in any mental activity. As her isolation continues, she becomes increasingly fixated on the wallpaper's pattern, eventually believing a woman is trapped within it, a powerful metaphor for her own imprisonment. If a physician of high standing and one's own husband assures friends and relatives that there is really nothing the matter with one but temporary nervous depression, a slight hysterical tendency, what is one to do? The narrator asks, capturing the particular helplessness of having one's suffering dismissed by those with authority. The story concludes with the narrator creeping around the edges of her room, having torn down much of the wallpaper in an attempt to free the trapped woman she perceives within it. "I've got out at last," she tells her horrified husband, "in spite of you and Jane, and I've pulled off most of the paper so you can't put me back." This disturbing ending served as Gilman's warning about the true effects of treatments that denied women intellectual stimulation and creative outlet. Gilman later explained her purpose. It was not intended to drive people crazy, but to save people from being driven crazy. She sent a copy to Dr. Mitchell, and while he never publicly responded, she heard indirectly that he had altered his treatment approach after reading it. Through fiction, she had accomplished what medical testimony could not, conveying the subjective experience of a mind unraveling when denied expression. Across the Atlantic, Virginia Woolf was beginning to explore similar themes in her writing. Woolf, who experienced periods of severe mental illness throughout her life, captured the experience of anxiety and depression with extraordinary precision in her novels, essays, and diaries. In her 1925 novel Mrs. Dalloway, she portrays Clarissa Dalloway's anxiety alongside the more severe mental illness of Septimus Warren Smith, a World War I veteran suffering from what we would now recognize as PTSD. Woolf describes Clarissa's moments of existential anxiety. She had a perpetual sense, as she watched the taxi cabs, of being out, far out, to sea and alone. She always had the feeling that it was very, very dangerous to live even one day. This capturing of everyday anxiety, not dramatic enough to be labeled madness, but persistent enough to color one's entire experience, gave validation to the quiet suffering many women recognized but had no name for. In her essays, particularly Zulti on being ill, Woolf challenged the inability of existing language to capture the experience of mental distress. English, which can express the thoughts of Hamlet and the tragedy of Lear, has no words for the shiver and the headache. The merest schoolgirl, when she falls in love, has Shakespeare or Keats to speak her mind for her. But let a sufferer try to describe a pain in his head to a doctor, and language at once runs dry. Woolf wrote by the light of tall windows in her Bloomsbury home, putting into words experiences that medicine had failed to adequately recognize or address, though she herself received various treatments for her mental health conditions, rest cures, dietary regimens, sedatives. It was through writing that she found the most meaningful way to process her experiences and connect with others who might understand. In America, poet Sylvia Plath would later continue this tradition, her novel The Bell Jar, 1963, offering a semi-autobiographical account of depression and treatment in the 1950s. Plath described anxiety with visceral imagery. I felt very still and very empty, the way the eye of a tornado must feel, moving dully along in the middle of the surrounding hullabaloo. Her protagonist, Esther Greenwood, undergoes treatments including electroconvulsive therapy, capturing the continuing gap between women's lived experiences and medicine's approach to their suffering. These literary voices provided what medicine often could not: recognition, validation, and the sense that one was not alone in experiencing anxiety that seemed disconnected from external circumstances. Women reading these works might recognize their own unexpressed feelings, finding community across time and space with others who understood what it meant to have a mind that turned against itself. Less celebrated but equally important were the personal writings of countless women who never published, but who recorded their experiences in diaries and letters. In these private pages, often written by candlelight after households had gone to sleep, women documented their struggles with anxiety, depression, and the treatments they endured. Imagine a woman in 1910 writing in her journal, "Dr. M says, my nerves are simply overstrung and that I must stop thinking so much. He has prescribed bromide again, though it makes me feel as if I'm moving underwater. I wish I could explain that this feeling comes upon me even when everything is perfectly fine. Especially then, in fact, as if my mind needs to find something to worry about when no real dangers present themselves." These personal accounts, many lost to history, but some preserved in archives or family collections, provide intimate glimpses into how women experienced and interpreted their own anxiety. They reveal the gap between medical descriptions of female nervousness and the lived reality, often showing women's awareness that their suffering connected to social constraints rather than inherent female weakness. Literary representations of women's anxiety also appeared in the works of male authors, sometimes insightfully and sometimes reinforcing stereotypes. Henry James' The Bostonians and Portrait of a Lady depicted the nervous American woman as a recognizable type. Gustave Flaubert's Madame Bovary portrayed Emma Bovary's anxiety and depression as stemming from romantic disillusionment and limited opportunities, while Émile Zola's Thérèse Raquin explored how suppressed desires could manifest as physical and psychological symptoms. Beyond the written word, visual art also began to express women's psychological struggles. Edvard Munch's famous painting, The Scream, 1893, captured the feeling of overwhelming anxiety that many women recognized but could not express. Female artists like Frida Kahlo later created powerful visual representations of psychological pain, making visible experiences that had long been hidden from public view. As the 20th century progressed, these literary and artistic explorations of women's interior lives gained increasing recognition and influence. They helped shape cultural understanding of anxiety and depression, gradually shifting perspective from viewing these conditions as uniquely feminine weaknesses to recognizing them as human experiences affected by social circumstances. The relationship between creativity and mental illness became a subject of both cultural fascination and scientific investigation. The stereotype of the mad female artist, exemplified by figures like Virginia Woolf, Sylvia Plath, and later Anne Sexton, perpetuated the association between female creativity and psychological instability. Yet these women's works also demonstrated how creative expression could serve as a means of processing trauma and anxiety, functioning as a form of self-therapy when formal treatment failed. In her 1913 article, Why I Wrote the Yellow Wallpaper, Gilman explained, "It was not intended to drive people crazy, but to save people from being driven crazy, and it worked." Literature thus served not only as testimony, but as intervention, challenging medical practices that exacerbated rather than relieved women's suffering. As evening shadows lengthen across the pages of these literary works, we can see how they created space for understanding women's anxiety outside the diagnostic categories of medicine. They spoke to experiences that medical language could not capture, validating subjective realities that were often dismissed or pathologized. Through their words, countless women found recognition of their own unnamed feelings and perhaps some solace in knowing they were not alone in their experience of a mind that sometimes seemed to turn against itself. Like the gradual lifting of fog to reveal a landscape previously hidden, may these literary insights bring clarity and peace to your thoughts as we continue our journey through the history of women's anxiety, moving next into the era when chemical solutions promised new forms of relief for troubled minds. As the soft glow of mid-20th century prosperity illuminated American suburbs and European cities rebuilding after war, a new chapter in the treatment of women's anxiety began. The development of psychopharmacology, medications specifically, designed to address mental and emotional states, promised scientific precision in treating conditions previously addressed through talk therapy, institutional care, or simply endured in private suffering. Imagine a kitchen in 1955, its surfaces gleaming with new appliances promising to make homemaking effortless and fulfilling. A woman stands at the sink, her hands trembling slightly as she rinses dishes. Despite her comfortable home, healthy children, and attentive husband, all the elements society tells her should bring contentment, she feels a persistent unease, a tightness in her chest, thoughts that race and circle like birds, unable to find rest. On the counter beside her sits an amber prescription bottle, its contents promising relief from what her doctor has diagnosed as nerves or anxiety. The mid-20th century witnessed a revolution in the pharmacological treatment of anxiety and other mental health conditions. The first modern anxiolytic anti-anxiety medication, meprobamate, was introduced in 1955 under the brand name Miltown. This minor tranquilizer quickly became one of the most widely prescribed medications in the United States, particularly for women experiencing anxiety in their domestic roles. The drug calmed the tension, anxiety, and jitters of menopause, as one drug company put it in a magazine advertisement, and restored the emotional calm that every woman wants, wrote historian Andrea Tone, describing the marketing of these new medications specifically to women and their physicians. Miltown was succeeded in 1960 by the benzodiazepines, a class of medications that would dominate anxiety treatment for decades. Librium, and especially Valium, nicknamed Mother's Little Helper after the Rolling Stones song that captured its cultural significance, became fixtures in medicine cabinets across America and Europe. The marketing of these medications reflected and reinforced gender norms of the era. Pharmaceutical advertisements in medical journals portrayed anxious women overwhelmed by household duties or struggling with female problems. One Valium advertisement showed a woman washing dishes with the caption, 35, single and psychoneurotic, turns quiet and subdued. The message was clear: women's anxiety, whether stemming from unfulfilled traditional roles or the limitations of those very roles, could be chemically managed without disrupting social expectations. Dr. Jonathan Cole, a psychopharmacologist at the National Institute of Mental Health, noted in 1964, the frequency of anxiety in women does not necessarily betoken their greater psychological instability, but it may very well indicate that the female role in our society subjects women to a greater barrage of stressful experiences than men. This insightful observation, however, did little to shift the focus from treating individual women's symptoms to addressing the social conditions that might contribute to their anxiety. Women received benzodiazepine prescriptions at twice the rate of men throughout the 1960s and 1970s. These medications were typically prescribed by general practitioners rather than psychiatrists, often with minimal evaluation and little information about potential side effects or dependency. Many women found themselves taking these medications for years or even decades, their anxiety temporarily managed but never resolved. Imagine an afternoon bridge club in 1965, 4 women sitting around a card table in a sun-filled suburban living room. Their conversation drifts from children's achievements to community gossip to the medications that help them maintain their composure. "My doctor says it's just my nerves," one might say. "The Valium helps me not worry so much about everything." Another might nod in recognition, her own prescription tucked into her handbag like a modern talisman against the anxiety that threatens to disrupt her carefully maintained life. The widespread use of tranquilizers among American women became the subject of growing concern by the late 1960s. Feminist critics like Betty Friedan connected women's anxiety and depression to what she called the problem that has no name, the limitation and dissatisfaction many women experienced in domestic roles that failed to utilize their full capabilities. In this analysis, tranquilizers serve to chemically adapt women to social restrictions rather than addressing the underlying causes of their distress. "The tranquilizers are not so much a medicine as a way of life," wrote psychiatrist Gerald Clareman in 1970. The very term tranquilizer suggests that the normal state of man, and particularly of woman, is one of quiet, but the very nature of the human condition is conflict, tension, and anxiety. As awareness of dependency issues grew, so did criticism of prescribing practices. By 1975, an estimated 15% of American women had used anxiety medications in the previous year. Barbara Gordon's memoir, I'm Dancing as Fast as I Can, 1979, chronicled her addiction to Valium and difficult withdrawal, bringing public attention to the potential dangers of these seemingly benign medications. Meanwhile, other psychoactive medications were being developed and marketed for conditions related to anxiety. Antidepressants, particularly tricyclics like imipramine, tofranil, and amitriptyline, Elavil, were prescribed for women experiencing both anxiety and depression. These medications often carried significant side effects, including weight gain, dry mouth, constipation, and drowsiness, physical costs many women quietly endured in exchange for emotional relief. The medicalization of women's emotional states extended beyond anxiety to encompass premenstrual symptoms and menopausal transitions. The concept of premenstrual syndrome, PMS, gained medical and cultural recognition in the 1970s with various medications, from benzodiazepines to diuretics to hormonal treatments, prescribed to manage emotional symptoms that had previously been dismissed or normalized as an inevitable aspect of female biology. Sociologist Joan Busfield noted, "Women's greater propensity to be seen as anxious, neurotic, or depressed can be understood in terms of the different positions of men and women in society in the different ways in which distress is expressed and labeled. The chemical management of women's anxiety reflected these different positions and expectations, with medication often serving to help women adapt to roles and limitations rather than challenge them." Beyond prescription medications, women also sought relief through over-the-counter preparations and self-medication. Proprietary blends of vitamins and herbs marketed specifically for female nerves or women's stress filled pharmacy shelves. Alcohol consumption among women increased during this period, with many using it to manage anxiety and stress in private. A glass of sherry in the afternoon or a cocktail before dinner serving as accessible self-prescribed anti-anxiety treatment. By the 1980s, the landscape of anxiety treatment was shifting again. The problems of benzodiazepine dependency had become widely recognized, leading to more cautious prescribing practices. New antidepressants, particularly the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs, like fluoxetine, Prozac, were found effective for anxiety disorders as well as depression, offering alternatives with different side effect profiles and less risk of dependency. Elizabeth Wurtzel's memoir Prozac Nation, 1994, captured the experience of a new generation of women treated with these medications, exploring both their benefits and the complex questions they raised about identity, authenticity, and the medicalization of emotional experience. "That's the thing about depression," she wrote. "A human being can survive almost anything as long as she sees the end in sight. But depression is so insidious, and it compounds daily, that it's impossible to ever see the end." Throughout this evolution of psychopharmacological approaches, women's voices became increasingly important in shaping understanding of both the benefits and limitations of medication for anxiety. Women who had experienced the carousel of different prescriptions, side effects, and withdrawal symptoms began speaking out about the need for more comprehensive approaches that addressed the whole person and the social context of women's distress. Dr. Paula Kaplan, a psychologist and author, noted in her 1995 book, They Say You're Crazy, "Women who are anxious or depressed are often responding in an understandable way to real events in their lives. To tell them that they have a biochemical imbalance or genetic defect is to deny the reality of their experiences and to locate the problem within them rather than in their circumstances." Yet for many women, medication provided genuine relief that allowed them to function and thrive despite challenging circumstances or biological predispositions to anxiety. The balanced perspective that gradually emerged recognized both the legitimate place of medication in treating anxiety disorders and the need to complement pharmaceutical approaches with psychological support and attention to social factors affecting women's mental health. As twilight settled over the era of Mother's Little Helper, with prescription pads less quickly reached for and pharmaceutical advertisements less overtly gendered, women's relationship with anxiety medication had evolved into something more nuanced. The amber prescription bottle might still sit on the bathroom shelf, but it was more likely to be understood as one tool among many rather than a complete solution to the complex experience of anxiety in women's lives. Like the gradual clearing of mind that comes with deep, slow breathing, may your thoughts become more spacious and peaceful as we continue our journey through the history of women's anxiety. Next, we will explore how ancient wisdom traditions from around the world have offered alternative understandings and treatments for women's anxiety throughout history and into the present day. As the sun rises over mountains and forests, over deserts and islands, its light touches healing traditions as diverse as the landscapes themselves. While Western medicine followed its particular path in understanding and treating women's anxiety, countless other approaches flourished around the world, many dating back thousands of years. These traditions, often preserved by women healers passing knowledge to daughters and granddaughters, offer perspectives on anxiety that sometimes diverge radically from the Western medical model. Imagine a woman sitting cross-legged on a woven mat, her eyes closed as she breathes in rhythm with a practiced guide. Another gathers herbs at dawn, the dews still fresh upon their leaves, knowing the plants hold different properties depending on when they're harvested. A third drinks a bitter tea prepared by her grandmother, the recipe unchanged for generations. These women, separated by geography and culture, share a common experience, seeking relief from anxiety through traditions rooted in their ancestral wisdom. In Chinese medicine, dating back over 2,500 years, anxiety is understood not as a disorder of the mind separate from the body, but as an imbalance in the flow of qi, vital energy, and the harmony of organ systems. The emotion of anxiety particularly relates to the heart, which in Chinese medicine houses the shen, spirit or consciousness, and to the liver, which is responsible for the smooth flow of qi throughout the body. A woman experiencing anxiety might seek help from a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, who would take her pulse in multiple positions, examine her tongue, and ask detailed questions about her symptoms and life circumstances. The diagnosis might identify patterns like heart blood deficiency, liver qi stagnation, or kidney yin deficiency, each requiring different treatment approaches. When the heart is strong and blood is abundant, the shen is nourished and housed properly, wrote the Yellow Emperor in the foundational text, Huangdi Neijing. The person will be mentally clear and emotionally balanced. When the heart blood is deficient or disturbed, the shen becomes restless, leading to anxiety, insomnia, and palpitations. Treatment might include acupuncture, with fine needles inserted at specific points along meridians to restore proper energy flow. Particular attention might be given to points like Heart 7, Shenmen or Spirit Gate, at the wrist crease, known for calming the mind, or Pericardium 6, Neguan or Inner Gate, which settles disturbed shen and regulates qi. Chinese herbal formulas for anxiety have been refined over millennia. A woman experiencing anxiety with insomnia might receive Suan Zhao Ren Tang, sour jujube decoction, containing jujube seeds, poria mushroom, licorice root, anamarina rhizome, and chuan xiong rhizome. For anxiety with digestive symptoms, Shi might be prescribed Xiao Yao San, Free and Easy Wanderer, a formula that regulates liver qi and strengthens the spleen. Imagine a quiet room in a traditional Chinese medical clinic, sunlight filtering through paper screens as a woman receives her first acupuncture treatment for anxiety. The practitioner works with focused attention, selecting points specific to her constitution and symptoms. Gradually, she feels a heaviness in her limbs, a slowing of her racing thoughts, as her body's energies respond to this ancient healing approach. Across the Himalayas in India, Ayurvedic medicine offers another sophisticated system for understanding and treating anxiety. Dating back over 3,000 years, Ayurveda views anxiety as an imbalance of doshas, primarily excess vata, the energy of movement, and a disturbance of the mind-body connection. According to Ayurvedic texts like the Charaka Samhita, women are considered to have naturally more kapha, the energy of structure, and less pitta, the energy of transformation, than men, making them more susceptible to certain types of anxiety, particularly those characterized by overthinking, worry, and difficulty making decisions. A woman seeking Ayurvedic treatment for anxiety would first receive a comprehensive assessment of her constitution, prakriti, and current imbalances, vikriti. The practitioner might check her pulse, examine her tongue and eyes, and ask about sleep patterns, digestion, menstrual cycles, and emotional tendencies to determine which doshas are involved in her anxiety. For Vata-type anxiety, characterized by racing thoughts, insomnia, and irregular digestion, treatment might include warm oil massage, abhyanga, with sesame or almond oil, a diet of warm, nourishing foods, and herbs like ashwagandha, yatamansi, and brahmi. Daily routines would emphasize regularity, with meals and sleep following natural rhythms to ground excess Vata energy. When the mind becomes ungrounded due to excess Vata, anxiety arises like wind disturbing the surface of water, explains an ancient Ayurvedic text. Through proper diet, herbs, oil therapies, and regulated lifestyle, the Vata can be pacified, allowing the mind to settle into its natural calm state. The Ayurvedic approach to women's anxiety recognizes the importance of life transitions, particularly menarche, childbirth, and menopause, as times when the doshas naturally fluctuate and women may be more vulnerable to anxiety. Specific protocols exist for these transition periods, with postpartum anxiety receiving particular attention through practices like warm oil massage, abdominal binding, and special dietary considerations. Imagine a woman in southern India lying on a wooden table as warm herbal oil is poured in a steady stream onto her forehead in the treatment known as Shirodhara. The continuous sensation gradually quiets her mind, allowing thoughts to slow and settle like leaves gently falling to the forest floor. This treatment, practiced for thousands of years, continues to provide relief for anxiety in modern Ayurvedic clinics worldwide. Indigenous healing traditions across the Americas developed their own sophisticated understandings of anxiety and its treatment, often emphasizing the connection between individual well-being and harmony with community and the natural world. Many Native American healing traditions view anxiety not as a disorder of the individual mind, but as a sign of disconnection from proper relationship with family, community, nature, or spiritual forces. For many indigenous cultures, anxiety in women might be addressed through ceremonies that reconnect the individual to these essential relationships. Sweat lodge ceremonies, vision quests, talking circles, and ritual use of plant medicines all serve to restore balance and connection when a woman's spirit became troubled. Maria Yellow Horse, Braveheart, a Lakota mental health expert, explains, "In our tradition, what you might call anxiety is understood as the soul's message that something is out of alignment. The healing comes not from suppressing this message, but from listening deeply to understand what needs to be restored to its proper place." Plant medicines play a central role in many indigenous healing traditions. Women's anxiety might be treated with herbs like valerian root, passion flower, or skullcap, plants that Western medicine would later recognize as having anxiolytic properties. But the indigenous approach to these medicines typically involved not just their biochemical effects, but the relationship established with the plant spirit through proper harvesting, preparation, and ceremonial use. In many Native American traditions, smudging with sacred plants like sage, sweetgrass, or cedar serves as a first-line approach for anxiety, clearing negative energy and creating sacred space for deeper healing work. The smoke is typically fanned over the person with an eagle feather, carrying prayers upward, while the aromatic compounds create measurable changes in brain activity associated with calm and focus. Imagine a woman entering a medicine lodge where female elders await to help her address the anxiety that has disturbed her sleep and filled her days with worry. The ceremony that follows might involve singing, drumming, storytelling, and the shared wisdom of generations. approaches that modern research increasingly confirms can regulate the nervous system and create neurochemical changes similar to those targeted by pharmaceutical interventions. Across the Pacific, traditional Japanese approaches to anxiety include practices like Morita therapy, developed in the early 20th century by psychiatrist Shoma Morita, but rooted in much older Zen Buddhist principles. Rather than attempting to eliminate anxiety directly, Morita therapy teaches acceptance of uncomfortable feelings while engaging in purposeful activity. The desire to eliminate anxiety only serves to intensify it, Morita wrote. When we accept anxiety as an inevitable part of life and focus our attention on doing what needs to be done, the anxiety loses its power to control our actions. This approach, developed specifically for Shinki Shitsu, a form of anxiety neurosis common in Japan, reflects the Buddhist principle of non-attachment to emotional states. In traditional African healing systems, anxiety in women is often understood within a spiritual and communal framework. Many African traditions view anxiety as potentially resulting from disharmony in relationships, with family members, living or deceased, with community, or with spiritual forces. Healing typically involves addressing these relationships through divination, ritual, community involvement, and natural medicines. South African Sangoma Nokulinda Mkhize explains, "When a woman comes to me with what you might call anxiety, heart racing, difficulty sleeping, constant worry, I do not immediately look to calm these symptoms. First, I must understand what message these symptoms bring. Is there unresolved conflict, an angry ancestor, a broken taboo? The healing addresses the root, not just the branches." Across diverse African traditions, drumming ceremonies serve multiple healing purposes, including anxiety relief. The rhythmic patterns of traditional drums have been shown to entrain brain waves and heart rate, creating physiological changes that reduce anxiety. These ceremonies, often led by women drummers, create communal experiences of healing that contrast sharply with the individualized treatment model of Western medicine. Imagine a woman joining a circle of others as drums begin to play, the rhythm gradually drawing her attention away from racing thoughts and into the present moment. Her body begins to move in response to the music, expressing through movement what cannot be captured in words. This integration of sound, community, and physical expression offers a multidimensional approach to anxiety that engages body, mind, and spirit simultaneously. Throughout the Pacific Islands, traditional healing for anxiety often involves reconnecting with ocean rhythms and ancestral wisdom. Hawaiian la'au lapa'au herbal healing might treat anxiety with kava, a plant used throughout Polynesia for its calming properties, prepared with specific protocols and prayers. Traditional healers might also recommend Ho'oponopono, a practice of reconciliation and forgiveness for anxiety stemming from relational distress. As modern research investigates these traditional approaches, scientific validation often follows what traditional healers have known for generations. Studies confirm the anxiolytic properties of herbs like kava, ashwagandha, and passion flower. Research on mindfulness meditation, derived from Buddhist traditions, demonstrates its effectiveness for anxiety through measurable changes in brain structure and function. The embodied practices of qigong, yoga, and traditional dance forms show benefit through both physical and psychological mechanisms. Yet many indigenous and traditional healers emphasize that isolating specific techniques or substances from their cultural context loses essential dimensions of their healing potential. The ceremony, community connection, belief system, and relationship with the healer all form part of the medicine. In our tradition, the relationship between healer and patient is itself medicine, explains Maori healer Te Rangimari Turuki Arikirangi Rose Pere. The exchange of energy, the shared intention for healing, the connection to ancestors who guide our hands. These cannot be measured in your laboratories, but without them, the herbs and techniques lose much of their power. For contemporary women seeking relief from anxiety, these traditional approaches offer alternatives and complements to conventional treatments. Many integrate multiple dimensions of healing: physical, psychological, social, and spiritual, addressing anxiety not as an isolated disorder, but as a signal that attention is needed to restore balance across these interconnected aspects of life. As the sun sets over these diverse healing traditions, casting long shadows across mountains and valleys, deserts and shores, we glimpse the richness of human understanding of anxiety and its treatment. Each tradition offers its own wisdom, developed through careful observation and experience passed through generations, often preserved primarily by women healers who understood the particular challenges faced by women in their communities. Like the gentle rhythm of ocean waves upon the shore, may these ancient wisdoms soothe your mind as we continue our journey through the history of women's anxiety treatment. Moving next into the modern era of psychotherapy and the validation of women's voices in their own healing. In a quiet room, with comfortable chairs, perhaps a window, overlooking trees that sway gently in the breeze, a revolution in the treatment of women's anxiety took root. The talking cure, psychotherapy in its many forms, offered a radical alternative to the physical treatments that had dominated women's mental health care for centuries. No longer would women's anxiety be treated solely through their bodies. Now their words, experiences, and inner worlds would become central to the healing process. Imagine a woman in the early 20th century entering a therapist's office for the first time. Perhaps she comes with trepidation, having tried various physical treatments for her anxiety, rest cures, tonics, sedatives, with limited relief. As she sits across from the therapist, she is invited to do something surprisingly simple, yet profoundly different: to speak, to be heard, to have her experiences taken seriously as meaningful rather than dismissed as mere nervousness. The foundations for this approach had been laid in the late 19th century when Joseph Breuer and Sigmund Freud published their Studies on Hysteria, 1895. Their patient, Anna O., actually Bertha Pappenheim, who later became an important feminist and social worker, famously described their talking approach as chimney sweeping and the talking cure. This marked a pivotal shift from treating the body to engaging with the mind and emotions through language. Freud's early work with hysterical women led him to recognize that their symptoms often had psychological rather than purely physical origins. He proposed that these symptoms represented the physical expression of repressed, traumatic experiences and emotions, a revolutionary idea that located the source of women's distress not in wandering wombs or nervous weakness, but in
psychological processes shaped by life experiences. Unexpressed emotions will never die.
They are buried alive and will come forth later, in uglier ways, Freud observed, capturing how anxiety might result from emotions and experiences that had been suppressed or denied expression. As psychoanalysis developed, it offered women something unprecedented, a space where their subjective experiences were not only relevant, but central to understanding their distress. In the analytic session, a woman's dreams, memories, associations, and emotions became valuable material for exploration rather than symptoms to be suppressed or controlled. Yet early psychoanalysis also carried limitations in its understanding of women. Freud's theories about female psychology, particularly his concepts of penis envy and the centrality of male-oriented psychosexual development, reflected the patriarchal assumptions of his era. Women's anxiety was often interpreted through these limited frameworks, potentially pathologizing normal responses to restrictive social conditions. As psychoanalyst Karen Horney later wrote, challenging Freud's views, the neurotic woman is not neurotic because she rejects femininity, but because she is a human being trying to operate in a society that limits her development. This perspective, recognizing how social conditions influenced women's psychological distress, represented an important evolution in the therapeutic approach to women's anxiety. Throughout the mid-20th century, various forms of psychotherapy developed, each offering different frameworks for understanding and treating anxiety. Behaviorists like Joseph Wolpe developed systematic desensitization techniques, gradually exposing patients to anxiety-provoking situations while teaching relaxation skills. Cognitive therapists like Aaron Beck identified how distorted thought patterns contributed to anxiety and developed techniques to challenge and restructure these thoughts. Imagine a woman in the 1960s working with a behavioral therapist. Rather than exploring her childhood or unconscious mind, she might learn progressive muscle relaxation and breathing techniques, then gradually confront situations she had been avoiding due to anxiety, perhaps starting with simply imagining these scenarios and eventually facing them in real life. This practical approach offered concrete skills rather than insight alone. A decade later, another woman might sit with a cognitive therapist, learning to identify the automatic thoughts that triggered her anxiety. I'll fail completely. Everyone will judge me. Something terrible will happen. The therapist would help her examine the evidence for and against these thoughts, developing more balanced perspectives that reduced her anxiety response. While these various therapeutic approaches developed primarily through male clinicians and researchers, women increasingly entered the mental health professions, bringing new perspectives to the understanding and treatment of anxiety. Pioneers like Karen Horney, Frieda Fromm-Reichmann, and Melanie Klein extended and challenged psychoanalytic understanding of women's psychology, while Virginia Satir developed family therapy approaches that recognized the importance of relational context in women's emotional well-being. The feminist movement of the 1960s and 1970s profoundly influenced therapeutic approaches to women's anxiety. Feminist therapists like Jean Baker Miller, Carol Gilligan, and Harriet Lerner questioned diagnostic categories and treatment approaches that pathologized women's responses to oppressive circumstances. They proposed that many symptoms labeled as anxiety disorders actually represented reasonable reactions to unreasonable social conditions. Women's depression, anxiety, confusion, and feelings of inadequacy are not pathology to be medicated away, wrote Harriet Lerner. They can be signals of health, pointing to what needs to be addressed in our lives and in our society. Consciousness raising. Groups, while not formal therapy, provided many women with their first experience of speaking openly about anxieties and having these validated by others with similar experiences. These groups embodied the feminist principle that the personal is political, helping women recognize how individual experiences of anxiety connected to broader patterns of gender inequality. Imagine a living room in 1972 where women gather weekly to share experiences previously kept private. A woman describes the panic she feels when considering applying for a promotion at work, fearing she'll be seen as too ambitious or aggressive. Around the circle, heads nod in recognition. This is not her individual neurosis, but a common experience of women navigating contradictory social expectations. This recognition itself brings relief, contextualizing her anxiety and reducing its isolating power. By the 1980s and 1990s, therapy increasingly incorporated understanding of trauma and its relationship to anxiety. The recognition of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, as a diagnostic category in 1980 acknowledged how traumatic experiences could produce lasting psychological effects, including severe anxiety. This was particularly significant for women who experience higher rates of certain traumas, including sexual violence and domestic abuse. Trauma-informed approaches to therapy recognized how past experiences shaped current reactions, often operating outside conscious awareness or verbal memory. For women whose anxiety connected to traumatic experiences, these approaches offered understanding of seemingly irrational fears and reactions as adaptations that once served protective functions. Eye movement, desensitization, and reprocessing. EMDR, developed by Francine Shapiro in the late 1980s, offered a new approach to processing traumatic memories that contributed to anxiety. Somatic experiencing, developed by Peter Levine, focused on resolving the physical patterns established during traumatic experiences that perpetuated anxiety states. These approaches acknowledge the body's role in anxiety while avoiding the problematic aspects of earlier physical treatments. Mindfulness-based therapies emerged in the late 20th century, drawing on ancient contemplative traditions but adapted for secular clinical settings. John Kabat-Zinn's mindfulness-based stress reduction, MBSR, and Zindel Siegel, Mark Williams, and John Teasdale's mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, MBCT, offered structured approaches to developing present moment awareness without judgment, skills particularly helpful for anxiety characterized by worry about the future or rumination about the past. Imagine a woman in a mindfulness group learning to observe her anxious thoughts as mental events rather than absolute truths. "I notice I'm having the thought that I'm going to fail," she might practice saying, creating space between herself and the thought pattern that previously consumed her. This subtle shift in perspective, being able to observe anxiety rather than being entirely identified with it, offers a form of freedom previously unavailable. The late 20th and early 21st centuries saw increasing integration of various therapeutic approaches, recognizing that different aspects of anxiety might respond to different interventions. Dialectical behavior therapy, developed by Marsha Linehan, combined cognitive behavioral techniques with mindfulness practices and validation strategies. Acceptance and commitment. Therapy, developed by Stephen Hayes, integrated mindfulness with values-based action, helping people move toward meaningful lives even while experiencing difficult emotions like anxiety. Culturally specific approaches to therapy developed in recognition that Western psychological models did not adequately address the experiences of women from diverse cultural backgrounds. Black feminist therapists like Joy DeGruy recognized the impact of historical and intergenerational trauma on black women's anxiety. Latina feminist therapists emphasized the importance of familism and collectivist values rather than Western individualism. Indigenous practitioners integrated traditional healing practices with contemporary therapeutic techniques. For many women of color, anxiety cannot be separated from experiences of racism, discrimination, and cultural displacement, explains multicultural therapy pioneer Lillian Comas Diaz. Effective therapy must acknowledge these realities rather than treating anxiety as purely an individual pathology. Group therapy approaches offered particular benefits for women with anxiety, reducing isolation and providing opportunities to practice new skills in a supportive environment. Women-only groups created safe spaces for addressing gender-specific aspects of anxiety, including concerns related to safety, body image, relationships, and navigating societal expectations. As access to therapy expanded through community mental health centers, employee assistance programs, and eventually telehealth services, more women found opportunities to address their anxiety through talking approaches. Yet significant disparities remained, with women of color, low-income women, and women in rural areas facing greater barriers to accessing mental health care. The evolution of psychotherapy for women's anxiety represents a profound shift from earlier approaches that located women's distress in their bodies or viewed it as inherent to female nature. Modern therapeutic approaches increasingly recognize anxiety as involving multiple dimensions: biological, psychological, social, and for many women, spiritual, requiring integrated approaches rather than reductive explanations. Perhaps, most significantly, therapy offered women space to find their own voices and meanings rather than having these imposed externally. Where once physicians prescribed treatments based on theories about women's psychology, skillful therapists now asked questions, listened deeply, and collaborated with women in understanding their unique experiences of anxiety and discovering what brought relief. As evening shadows lengthen in the therapy room, a woman finishes her session, gathering her thoughts and impressions before returning to the outside world. She has not been given a prescription or undergone a physical procedure. Instead, she has explored her own experience, gained new insights, learned practical skills, and perhaps most importantly, had her reality acknowledged and validated by another human being who listened without judgment. Like the gradual deepening of trust that develops in a therapeutic relationship, may your confidence in your capacity to understand and manage anxiety grow as we continue our journey through the history of women's anxiety treatment, moving finally into contemporary approaches that integrate diverse wisdom traditions with modern scientific understanding. As dawn breaks over our contemporary world, its light reveals a landscape of understanding about women's anxiety that has been transformed by centuries of evolution, revolution, and gradual awakening. The modern woman seeking help for anxiety enters a world of possibilities unimaginable to her ancestors, one where ancient wisdom traditions stand alongside cutting-edge neuroscience, where pharmaceutical interventions exist alongside mindfulness practices, where therapy rooms and community circles and digital applications all offer pathways toward greater peace of mind. Imagine a woman waking in the early hours, her heart racing before the day has even begun. Anxiety has visited her in the night, as it has visited countless women throughout history. But unlike the Egyptian woman who might have been treated for a wandering womb, or the Victorian woman who might have been prescribed bed rest, this modern woman has access to a remarkable integration of approaches, a tapestry woven from threads of many colors and textures, offering multiple paths toward healing. The contemporary understanding of anxiety in women reflects this integration, recognizing biological factors without reducing women to their biology, acknowledging psychological dimensions without assuming pathology, and considering social context without denying individual experience. Modern approaches increasingly honor what women have always known, that their anxiety exists not in isolated compartments, but in the complex interplay of body, mind, relationships, and environment. Neuroscience has revolutionized our understanding of anxiety, revealing how the brain's alarm systems can become sensitized through genetics, early life experiences, trauma, hormonal fluctuations, and chronic stress. Research specifically examining women's brains has identified sex-based differences in anxiety processing, not as evidence of female weakness, but as biological variations that influence how anxiety is experienced and potentially treated. The female brain shows more activation in emotional processing areas and stronger connections between emotional and cognitive regions, explains neuroscientist Dr. Jill Goldstein. This may contribute to women's higher reported rates of anxiety, but also potentially to greater emotional awareness and resilience when properly supported. Hormonal influences on anxiety, once used to dismiss women's experiences as merely female problems, are now understood with greater nuance. Research confirms that hormonal fluctuations across the menstrual cycle, during pregnancy and postpartum, and through the menopausal transition can influence anxiety vulnerability, not as defects, but as natural variations requiring specific considerations in treatment approaches. Imagine a woman discussing her anxiety with a healthcare provider who integrates this biological understanding with respectful attention to her lived experience. Rather than receiving a generic treatment plan, she is offered options that consider her hormonal status, neurochemistry, life circumstances, and personal preferences. An approach that honors the complexity of her anxiety rather than reducing it to a simple chemical imbalance. Pharmaceutical treatments continue to evolve with newer medications targeting specific neurotransmitter systems involved in anxiety regulation. Selective serotonin, reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs, serotonin norepinephrine reuptake inhibitors, SNRIs, and novel agents like pregabalin offer alternatives to the benzodiazepines that dominated earlier decades, often with fewer side effects and less risk of dependency. When prescribed thoughtfully as part of a comprehensive approach, these medications can provide crucial support for women with debilitating anxiety. Yet medication is increasingly viewed as one tool among many, rather than a complete solution. Integrative psychiatrist Dr. Kelly Brogan observes, when we focus exclusively on neurotransmitters and receptors, we miss the forest for the trees. Women's anxiety often signals the need for change in lifestyle, relationships, environment, or perspective, not simply the need for chemical adjustment. The dominance of cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, for anxiety has been complemented by a flowering of additional therapeutic approaches, each offering unique benefits. Acceptance and commitment. Therapy helps women relate differently to anxious thoughts rather than struggling against them. Compassion-focused therapy addresses the self-criticism often accompanying anxiety. Narrative therapy helps women re-author stories about themselves that may contribute to anxious identities. Digital mental health tools have democratized access to therapeutic techniques, with applications offering guided meditations, cognitive, reframing exercises, breathing training, and symptom tracking. These tools, often developed with input from both clinical experts and women with lived experience of anxiety, make basic mental health support available to women regardless of location or financial resources. Imagine a woman on her lunch break finding a quiet corner to use a meditation app. The gentle guidance helps her reconnect with her breath, creating space between herself and the anxious thoughts that had been consuming her morning. This brief practice, drawing on ancient wisdom but delivered through modern technology, helps reset her nervous system before returning to work, illustrating how traditional and contemporary approaches can meaningfully coexist. The understanding of anxiety as potentially connected to trauma has expanded to include recognition of intergenerational and collective trauma affecting women across cultural groups. Approaches like somatic experiencing and EMDR have been adapted to address not only individual traumatic experiences but the embodied effects of historical trauma carried through generations, particularly significant for women from communities that have experienced colonization, slavery, genocide, or forced
Migration. Our grandmother's anxiety lives in our bodies, explains trauma specialist Resma Menakem.
These patterns of tension, hypervigilance, and protective shutdown can be transmitted through generations, not just through stories, but through the very ways we hold ourselves, breathe, and respond to perceived threats. The growing influence of feminist perspectives in psychology has shifted understanding of many women's anxiety from individual pathology to reasonable response to unreasonable conditions. The very real threats many women face, from intimate partner violence to workplace harassment to systemic discrimination, can produce anxiety that serves protective functions rather than representing disorder. As psychologist Laura Brown notes, what gets labeled as generalized anxiety disorder may actually be an accurate assessment of the threatening environment many women navigate daily. Our task is not always to eliminate this anxiety, but to distinguish between fear that is protective and fear that is limiting, helping women respond effectively to real threats while not being consumed by hypervigilance. Community-based approaches to women's anxiety have flourished, recognizing that healing often happens in connection rather than isolation. Women's circles, support groups, and collective healing practices create spaces where anxiety can be normalized, contextual factors
Acknowledged?
and wisdom shared horizontally rather than delivered from expert to patient. Imagine a community center where women gather weekly, bringing diverse experiences and cultural backgrounds. Their circle includes meditation, storytelling, movement, and shared meals, elements drawing from various healing traditions, but united in creating connection and belonging. Here, a woman's anxiety is held not as her individual burden, but as part of the shared human experience, deserving of compassionate attention from a community that understands. The integration of body-based approaches reflects growing recognition that anxiety lives not just in thoughts, but in physical patterns of tension, breathing, and movement. Yoga, Tai Chi, Qigong, dance therapy, and somatic experiencing offer pathways to regulation that begin with the body rather than the cognitive mind, particularly valuable for women whose anxiety manifests strongly in physical symptoms or whose traumatic experiences resist verbal processing. Nutritional and lifestyle approaches to anxiety have gained scientific validation, with research confirming relationships between gut microbiome health, inflammation, nutritional status, and mental
Well-being.
What might have once been dismissed as folk remedies are the importance of adequate sleep, regular movement, connection with nature, nutrient-dense foods, are now recognized as foundational aspects of mental health, working synergistically with other treatments rather than in opposition to them. For women experiencing anxiety related to specific life transitions, adolescence, pregnancy, postpartum, perimenopause, specialized approaches have developed that honor the unique challenges of these passages. These integrative models might combine hormonal support, nutritional guidance, psychological tools, and community connection, recognizing that transitions often require multidimensional support rather than single interventions. Throughout history, women have faced these transitions in community, surrounded by others who understood the territory, observes midwife and women's health advocate Aviva Rom. Our modern challenge is to recreate these circles of support, combining ancient wisdom with contemporary understanding to help women navigate these thresholds with greater ease. Digital communities have created new possibilities for connection, allowing women to find others with similar experiences regardless of geographic location. Online support groups for specific forms of anxiety, health anxiety, social anxiety, postpartum anxiety offer peer support that complements professional care, reducing isolation and normalizing experiences that might otherwise feel shameful or unique. The recognition of diversity in women's experiences of anxiety has led to more culturally responsive approaches to treatment. One-size-fits-all models have given way to frameworks that consider how cultural background, religious beliefs, sexual orientation, gender identity, disability status, and other aspects of identity shape both the experience of anxiety and pathways to healing. As psychologist Thema Bryant-Davis explains, cultural humility in anxiety treatment means recognizing that what constitutes normal worry versus excessive anxiety varies across cultural contexts. It means honoring culturally specific, protective practices rather than imposing dominant culture norms of what healing should look like. Indigenous healing practices for anxiety have gained increased recognition and respect, with traditional knowledge holders consulted rather than appropriated. Ceremonies, plant medicines, and cultural reconnection are increasingly acknowledged as legitimate paths to healing alongside conventional treatments, particularly for Indigenous women for whom anxiety may connect to cultural disconnection and Historical trauma. The contemporary landscape for treating women's anxiety reflects a remarkable evolution, from ancient Egyptian fumigations to Victorian rest cures to mid-century tranquilizers to modern integrative approaches. This evolution has not been a simple linear progression, but a complex weaving together of various traditions, sciences, and wisdom streams, creating a tapestry of possibilities richer than any single approach could provide. Imagine a woman today sitting with her healthcare provider discussing options for addressing her anxiety. She is not simply handed a prescription or told to rest or subjected to invasive physical treatments. Instead, she is engaged as an active participant in crafting an approach that might include therapy, mindfulness practices, nutritional support, movement, community connection, and possibly medication. A personalized pathway drawing from both ancient wisdom and modern science. As dusk settles over our historical journey, we can see how far we've come in understanding and treating women's anxiety, and how elements of earlier approaches continue to influence our contemporary landscape. The wandering womb theory has long been discarded, yet we now recognize real connections between reproductive hormones and anxiety. The rest cure has been rejected, yet we acknowledge the importance of adequate rest and the burden of chronic stress. The medicalization of women's distress has been challenged, yet we recognize the value of medical interventions when appropriately applied. Throughout this evolution, women's own voices and experiences have become increasingly central to defining what constitutes effective treatment. No longer silent recipients of interventions based on theories about their nature, women actively shape the understanding of anxiety and the approaches to its treatment as researchers, clinicians, advocates, and experts through lived experience. Like stars emerging in the evening sky, countless possibilities for healing now shine where once only limited options existed. The modern woman facing anxiety stands beneath this expansive sky, able to choose paths that resonate with her unique experience, values, and needs. A freedom unimaginable to her ancestors whose suffering followed similar patterns, but whose options for relief were far more constrained. As night fully embraces the world, perhaps this is the most profound shift in our understanding of women's anxiety. The recognition that there is no single correct approach, no universal pathway to peace. The ideal treatment is not the most advanced or the most ancient, but the one that honors the whole person in her unique complexity, offering not just symptom relief, but the opportunity to create meaning from her experience and to use that meaning in service of a life fully lived. Like gentle rain washing clean a dusty landscape, may this understanding bring relief to your mind as our journey through the history of women's anxiety treatment comes to its close. May you carry forward the wisdom gathered across centuries and cultures, finding your own path to peace in the knowledge that you walk a road traveled by countless women before you, each finding her way through anxiety toward the possibility of a mind at rest.